outside. Hey Wiry, how you doing? This is my first time using the microphone on this computer, so let me know how it sounds. I don't know if the quality is going to be that great or what. But anyway, we're in on this. We're doing SOL trading tonight. Got in a little bit earlier than I like to get in, but I'm in at 85 cents. 30 contracts at 85 cents. Kalshi's being its normal glitchy self, and I don't have on the screen what the to beat is, but it went down pretty significantly at the beginning. Just hope that it can hold the down position. We got 3 down in a row, so we'll see if it can continue to a 4th. I really would like to know what the strike is. Let's see if the comments will tell me. No comments. I'm so used to trading Bitcoin that has so much activity that coming over here to the SOL is a little bit of an adjustment for me. So the only thing I'm wishing I did is waited a little bit longer so I could get the entry price at this, in the 60s instead of the 80s. But that's all right. We're still 11 cents away from the strike point. So I think I've got to take stop loss at, I think 5 cents is where I'm at right now. And we're creeping closer and closer. There's a nice little flattening of the curve. How about some down activity? Well, it's not great. Not great at all. So I got to get ready to sell this. I'll put it up at 45 and just try to get it. Whoops. So 5 cents is my bailout point, and we're definitely going there. So, all right, we're going to try and do 50 cents. Taking the loss. It's my first loss on the SOL markets. That's a $7 loss. But better than a $30 loss or a $27 loss, whatever. 25, whatever I had into it. And we're not done, so we'll wait and see what happens here. But that's why I like to not get in real early on a market. I got in on this one at 12 minutes, and it had all this time to creep back. But it was, I don't know, 30 cents away from the strike, so I thought I was safe. And who knows, maybe I was. But once I lose my edge, once it gets to about 50%, I'm out. So we'll see. I may be back in on this if it cooperates. All right, so we got a win after our initial loss. So we had two different bets on that one. The first one it got past the line, so I bailed on it, and but still got the 10 cent at the end. So overall, not too bad. All right, so we got four in a row, so I'm leaning toward four in a row down. I'm leaning toward this one being up, and if not, I'm going to start doing martingale after five in a row. Um, and if you don't know what martingale is, I'm happy to explain it, but I'm not sure if anybody's here yet for this live stream, so charging my phone, so I can only check, go over and check the chat occasionally. How much I have on here? So, today I'm doing about 60. I'm at 65 to start the session. You're on Kalshi right now. Cool. I'm actually working on adding uh, another window here so we can watch the Bollinger Bands. Let's see if I can do this here. Tab Trader. There we go. Yeah. Um, make this smaller. You. There we go. Get that right there. Well, Tasha, if you got any questions, can leave my money on here and check in the morning, or have to close out. If you don't have any trades open, and you've got just money in your portfolio, yeah, you can just leave it there overnight. You don't have to close out anything at the end of the day or anything like that. So yeah, you can, if you've got an active trade open, yeah, I mean, that'll just either resolve or whatever. But if you just got money in your portfolio, you can leave it overnight. Let's see here. Get back to trading. What did I miss? Not a whole lot. Do we want to be in on this down? I think we might. 8 cents with only 5 minutes to go. 9 cents. Yeah, we'll submit that. Might have to change the price. Nope. Got filled. Did it get filled all the way? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, fully filled at 78. Unfortunately, turning back in the other direction. But we got 9 cents to work with. I will stop loss, meaning I'll just cash out at a loss if the price gets to 4 cents away. So negative 0.04 is what we're trying to avoid. I'm kind of new to trading SOL. I usually have been doing Bitcoin, but chat convinced me to try SOL today, so we're giving it a shot. And SOL is Solana. It's a token, a meme coin, or yeah, it's a type of cryptocurrency. So, and kind of my favorite. I was doing Solana meme coin trading for a while there before I started losing my butt. All right, looking pretty good. We can set the sales price now. 99.9. And all this does is allow me to cash out before the market closes. I lose 0.1 cent per contract, but I don't have to wait all the way to the end. So I prefer to do it that way. All right, we're expecting a rebound here because the price is dropping down to the 50s now, 55. So got to get ready to sell. Again, the target we're going to go for is, with this little bit of time left, we'll go to 3 cents. One thing I am noticing is that the reactions to price changes are very extreme on Solana. Okay, well, hold on to your butts. This is going to be a close one. I said to sell at 3, but I don't know. We're holding. Ugh. Yikes. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Jesus. Lord. That was rough. Not over with yet, but pretty close. All right. Well, there's a win. That was way too close for comfort. I held on because I just felt like that was the right thing to do, but that's not my strategy. I should have really taken a loss there. That got way too close. Oh well. An incorrect win. So that makes up for one of the earlier losses. Okay, what we're going to do is size that down. See if I can size this up. Yeah. There we go. It's pretty good. All right. Ooh. Okay, so that pretty much gets everything on the screen that I want to see. And let's get refreshed so we see what the price to beat is. So we started the day at, well, 52. I had 2, added 50 to get this account going for this run. And so we're up 15, 16 for the day. Not bad. Trying to do 100 up for the day, get to 152. All right, we're already down 25 cents. But I'm going to hold because I paid the price for this earlier. We are now, I don't know what's going on Bitcoin, but we are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down in a row. This is where I start thinking about buying up just because, we're really pressing the bottom of the barrel here. If we look at the Bollinger Bands, I wish I knew how to zoom in on this thing. But we're down here. We're below this line right here. So we're at the bottom of the RSI. We're way down the RSI. And ADX, I just want the 14. Anyway. So, anyway, all the indicators are saying up, but we're still, falling like a rock. Down 50 cents. y'all. Yo. Yo. All right, let me just see what happens with this. There's going to be probably an upturn. I just want to see what happens with that. I feel like down is very safe at this moment. 52 cents down. That's over 0.5% down. And if you hear a little buzz in the background, I'm running my generator. I don't know if that's coming through or not, but once I turn that off, it'll be a lot quieter. All right, yeah, this is just a runaway freight train. I don't really feel the need to get involved in this market at this point. 55 cents down, but it's only gonna pay me. I'm gonna risk 97 cents to win 3. So not real exciting to me. I like to try to get 10%, 10 cents when I can. This is one that's just a sure thing, basically. So there is an argument to say, well, why don't you just take the free money, But I had this position last time or 2 times ago, and it rebounded really fast up. So I'm kind of not really feeling the need to risk at this moment. I just had a $7 win, so I'm going to hold off, and I'm going to start thinking about doing martingale on the up, because this is going to be 6 in a row down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be the 6th. The record, at least for Bitcoin, is 17 in a row in one direction. But a real long streak is like 8, 9 is crazy, 10 happens like once a month, or every 2 months even. 11 happens like now we're getting into really rare territory. So when you're already up to what looks like it's going to be 6 in a row, maybe, I got to keep an eye on this because we're already up to 49. If I can get in, well, let's just see what happens with this up. See how far this up goes. I generally like to wait until 7 minutes to go, so we're within that. I could scalp a nice little 5 cents off this thing, which is what I'm thinking about doing at the moment. So I might as well at least get set up to do it. Right now I'm risking 30, and we would want to get in at 94.9. Oh. Okay. Yeah. It's unlikely I'll get in at this point. If it kept going up for a little bit longer, I might have grabbed it. That being said, it's one of those things where I'm okay waiting until the next one. for a better opportunity. Now, as far as martingale goes, let me see if there's anybody even in here to explain this to. Not really. Well, I got 4 of you in here, so let me know if you want me to explain this kind of alternative system called with martingale, and if you want to hear about that. Right now, I'm just doing the kind of really conservative. Wait until it gets to like 80%, really high probability, and then scalping the last 10 to 20%. But when we get 6 in a row like this, and it's so far at the bottom, I start thinking about doing a little martingale action. And just let me know if you want to have me explain that to you. And let me know if the audio is okay. I don't know. I'm not even sure where the microphone is on this computer. The phone is charging, so that's why the format's a little different than earlier today. I'm on my computer. Okay. We're at 33, 32, 85. Kind of like it. But boy, it's moving fast. Woo! Gaining back. See, now I feel really great about sitting out until this point. Because if I do get in, I'm going to get in a really good price, looks like. All right. Well, we're seeing that like 50 cents is not even safe right now. 60 cents, not safe. So I would call this very highly volatile conditions. And my strategy is not really built for those conditions. I'm about taking the easy wins, avoiding the drama. And this is kind of drama. Sure, I could get it at 85 cents right now, but yikes. No, sir. I might just do an 85, and if it jumps up to 85, I might grab it. Yeah, this is risky business right here. No, thank you. When conditions are like this, kind of start thinking about buying the low side. Not now, but like earlier when it was at 90. Thinking about buying the low side. You can make a lot of money doing that if it's going to go up and down big like this. But yeah, I'm okay not being a part of this. Well, Shoot. That being said, it's only 25 seconds left. Yeah, no, I feel real good about that. All right, so there's some real good opportunities on this Solana market because there's a lot of inefficiency compared to Bitcoin. Like, I just made $5 just because that should have been like 95%, 98% at the very end there, because there just wasn't enough time left for it to bounce back. So that's good to know. I'm real happy about making this move over to Solana because that's a win I could not have gotten on Bitcoin. And I did not expect it to be there at that very end, but it was. Now, we've got 6 in a row down. I'm thinking about some martingale activities. And we'll just do it really simple. So we're saying it's going to be up. We're going to try and get this at the lowest price possible. And we'll just start off with 5. We got to have enough room to have this lose and double a few times to do martingale. So, I think 5 is fine. But we're definitely not wanting to get in at 65. Ideally, we want to get in real low. This Solana one seems to even take longer than Bitcoin to get the strike point. All right, 9 cents above. Basically, because we have 6 in a row down, the probability of an up is extremely high and getting higher by every time. So 7 in a row is possible, but we want to give ourselves enough room to double if we lose. Martingale kind of guarantee if you have a big enough bankroll and you go small enough on your first bet, Martingale is kind of guaranteed to win. But you have to have enough bankroll to survive a crazy anomaly. And if it goes 17 in a row, you got to be able to double your bet. We're starting at 6. You'd have to be able to double your bet 11 times. So you can see how that could be disastrous. And I may not even do it here because it's looking so solidly to be up. I'm going to hold until I'm going to give up on the martingale here. I'm going to hold until 8 minutes and then just see where we're at. We haven't really had a downturn yet, I don't think. Let's see. Yeah, it's been pretty much up the whole way. So we're going to hold for the first downturn. And let me see if anybody's here. I know there's a few of you here, but there's no chatters, so I try to keep up on the chat. Looks like we got 5 people here. Thanks for joining me. I hope you're doing well tonight. I hope you're making some money. Trying to beat the system. Okay. So, yeah, we got about 3 minutes to just chill out. Smoke them if you got them. All right, here we go. Here comes the down. Again, I'm from the beginning. I'm thinking this is up all the way. I just want to see how good of a price I can get. I'm guessing that's going to be the price I get at 7 minutes 85, but it's dropping. 76, 75, 72. But I'll be happy with 30 contracts at 85 if this downturn isn't too bad. Looks like it's flattening out. Yep. Here's a rebound. Well, we're at 8 minutes. I said 7. So we're holding. Looks like we might get rewarded for holding. This is the advantage of waiting until 7 minutes. You kind of eliminate more than half of the up and down, and you can make a decision with a shorter amount of time left. So your probability of being right is better, and the price is going to either go up or go down much faster. So if you're right, you can be in there for only a short amount of time. We're down to 7 cents. Okay, here's a rebound. Again, I'm thinking 85 would be a good price if it gets there. But here comes another down. 58 cents. 59, 57. So here's where we're going to switch over to martingale. If I can get this for 45 cents, All right, we're going to go 55. 5 at 55. Now, because I have the potential of such little amount, you know, just a couple dollars on the line, I'm not really worried at all about what happens now. I may not even get in on this one, or I may change my price to get that last 10 cents. But we're only 5 cents off the mark with 4 minutes to go. 6 cents. All right, here's what I like to do here. 10 at 75. All right, so we're in 10 at 75 cents. I'm going to set take profit. I'm just going to do 95. So it'll be a $2 win or a $7.50 loss. Those are the worst case scenarios. I'm going to do my stop loss at 2 cents. So if we get down to 2 cents, I got to sell. But it is looking like a victory. And it is. All right, so 2 minutes still to go, and I'm done. I got my $2. It's not a ton of money, but it's a win is a win. We'll take it. For one that was kind of all over the place, let's see the chart on this one. Yeah, I mean, it moved back toward the line too much to be comfortable. So we took our time, we were patient, and got a $2 win. $2 win. And if you haven't yet, I'd love if you give a like to the live stream and give me a comment. Tell me how it's going for you, what strategy you're using. So we're still, the chart says it's still going to want to tend to go up. We're very low on the RSI. We're off the chart. We're way below the line on the Bollinger Band. So those things are saying another up is coming. So we take that with a grain of salt. But the prediction is up on the next one. And our streak has come to an end, so we would have won on Martingale. Let's say we bet 5 and we got in right away at 45. That would have been a win. But with Martingale, you just keep doubling the bet every time you lose. And I just do streaks because there's historical precedent that anything beyond 5 or 6 is unusual. So, and 10 is rare, very rare. So you got 5 chances to double your bet and still walk away positive for the whole thing. So Martingale's tricky. You can lose everything on Martingale, but it's also a pretty safe system if you've got a big enough bankroll to keep it going. So, but eventually, if you get like 17 in a row, the record for this market for Bitcoin, then you'd have doubled 11 times. So you'd be in the thousands to win $2. You'd be risking 1,000 to win 2. So it's great as long as everything cooperates. A lot of people like to use it for roulette when they go to the casino. But yeah, it's a tricky one. I'm trying to get away from it because you can lose. If you get a crazy long streak, you can lose everything. All right, just going to check in on the chat here. So yeah, as you can see on the chart, this should be an up. That's the prediction. So I'm going to get ready. We'll try and start getting in here at 80. Well, let's do 85. See if I can start getting in a little bit sooner, but not too soon. Again, I'm waiting, even though we're up 13, that 85 cents is overinflated. Like, that's what I will say about this market from just watching it a little while. The price goes up too fast, so you got to wait. It's high right now, 18 cents above, but there's too much time for it to be, it was 89% probability. So you got to wait. The price starting to come down, even though the the spread is bigger, is growing, or was growing. We're coming down. All right, so now we got a downturn. Let's see where this downturn ends up. Trying to do some narration to make this somewhat interesting, but eventually my lives hopefully will be mostly chatting between people who are there. There's only so much I can talk about. Or watching a line and seeing what happens. Now, considering that I saw within the last 30 minutes, a 60-cent swing in one direction and a like 65-cent swing in the other direction within 15 minutes. Right now, this 20-cent up is not as solid as it would be, I think, on quieter conditions, but this seems to be pretty volatile at the moment. So that being said, that's why I'm not in a big hurry to get involved with this. See, I could have panicked earlier and bought at like 80, 89, 90 or whatever it got up to. But just by waiting, the price hasn't changed. The spread hasn't changed that much, and the price has come down. So I think it's one thing I'm learning about the Solana market here on Kalshi is be patient, and then things at the end are really inefficient. There's a lot of inefficiency in the pricing, a lot of opportunity to make money at the end of the market. See, on the Bitcoin market, this one got up to 90 at 12 minutes or 13 minutes or whatever. You'd have to be at a crazy amount away from the strike point to reach that number at that time on Bitcoin market. So the price here is definitely more volatile. There's less investors, so price jumps around a lot more. And that's great as long as you don't get in too early at too high of a price. So actually, my strategy works really well in this market. So I'm grateful to the gentleman who was in my chat in the afternoon session who recommended I come over and try Solana. I've been thinking about it for a while. I'm glad I did because I think my strategy really is going to shine in this market. Any of the smaller crypto markets. So I do tend to like Solana. All right, let's summarize. We've got, after 6 in a row down, we've got 1 up in our history. The Bollinger Bands, all the indicators are saying this should be up. And now we're within 7 minutes. We've got an 8-cent spread above. So 8 cents to work with. And we're just now moving into that 85 range. So I think I'm going to bid. I like the positioning of everything. When it gets to just above 85, when it hits 86, I'm going to make a bid at 85. The reason I do that is I would be a maker at that amount instead of a taker. Taker means you take the price that's already on the board. Maker, you submit a price that's lower than the current price, and there's no fees involved with being a maker. So I just try to get it to bounce back to me, that 1 cent, and I save myself the fees by doing that. So when the price is moving this slowly, I feel like it's a good opportunity to do that. So we're still, the movement back is very slow. There's 85. See 86, I'm going to fire. Oh, 88. course, you run the risk of this happening where it bounces pretty hard pretty quickly, and then you get missed. It goes right past you. But there's still time for the price to come back down to me at 85. I may raise it as time goes on here, see what happens. But feeling pretty confident with the up position. So I think I'm going to go 89 and just hope for like a small downturn. So my bid's at 89. And this is the risk you take when you do limit orders trying to avoid fees, is you can just miss the market entirely. And that looks like what's going to happen here. It's not over with yet. We still got 4 minutes to go, but I think yes is pretty much guaranteed. But I don't really have any interest in making a penny for risking 99. So, sometimes you miss it and you sit out and, you get unlucky. So that is what happened here. And that's fine. Got to remind myself that we're up $23 on the day. And that's great. With a small bankroll to be able to make, 50%, pretty darn good. I'll take it. It's much better than my savings account at my bank. Now, there's got to be a way to zoom in on this. Oh, that's 1 hour. Okay. No. All right, well, I'm going to have to work on figuring out. Oh, there we go. It's a little bit better. You can see that a little bit better. How can I zoom in more? Oh, okay. Now I just want to take that down. Anyway, we're moving back toward the midline. I was on the 1 hour chart earlier, so idiot. I'm going to get myself all set up here. And the goal we're going for is 85 right now. 85 late in the session. So down's looking pretty good. I'm not getting much activity on the stream here tonight, but we had a real good showing on my first stream earlier today. So that was in portrait live, and I think YouTube promotes those a little bit better. So may go back to doing that. I didn't do that tonight because my phone was dead. So I also have to remember that it's only 8 o'clock, 8:21 here, but I'm on the West Coast, so on the East Coast, it's getting pretty late for folks. All right, so we're moving into 8 minutes. This is the time where I start thinking, things have gotten pretty quiet here. It's past 11 o'clock on the East Coast, so we may be done with that big volatile stretch. All the folks on the East Coast doing some big trading before they go to sleep. So now we're going to see if it settles in a little bit more, a little bit quieter. But yeah, at 50% basically on both sides, I'm going to wait at this moment. 7 minutes is when I usually start thinking about getting in, but there is no clear advantage at this moment. Well, I like to see that because I'm leaning toward down. See, I got down highlighted and ready to bid. So I'm leaning toward a down solution here. And let's see the last 15 minutes so far. Yeah, kind of hovering, kind of choppy back and forth. A little below the line though. So I don't know. I'm not in a rush to get in on this one. But I do think that 3 cents is a lot at this moment based on how things are moving pretty slowly. I'm kind of looking at 5 or 6 to pull the trigger here. There's 4. We're at 78% probability. That seems about right, but we got a big drop coming, or a big boost in the other direction now. We're at 68. I still kind of like it, so we're going to do it. We're going to go 75. So we're in at 75. Got 5 minutes to go. We're going to say our stop loss is 0.015. So we'll get ready. We'll do the sell. Do that at 99.9. So that's on the books, and I can adjust that as needed. But things are looking pretty good at the moment. So I can change this number right here real fast. That's why I like to get that sell order on the books. But we're up to 5 cents now, and climbing with only 4 minutes to go. So with these quiet conditions now, I like this spot to be in. Now we got about 5 cents to work with, which seems like a heck of a lot at this moment. So I'm going to raise my stop loss or take profit stop loss to 5 cents to 0.05. So that still gives me, we're at 0.084 or 0.85. So that gives me 3.5 cents to work with. If I leave at that amount, I'll still probably take profit. So just, I'm being more and more safe now, that it's looking more and more likely that I'm going to do fine. That being said, the price is changing pretty rapidly. But that being said, that's what I'm noticing about this market. The prices change so dramatically. Right at the end, if it's anywhere near, if it's within 10 cents, it's all over the place. We were just at 70 a second ago. Now we're back up at 90. And the price hasn't really changed that much. So I'm noticing there's a lot of volatility at the end in the pricing on this Solana market. And that's a great thing. It's a great opportunity to make money at the end of these markets, which is what I'm trying to do. So we're looking real good. We got a nice little profit about to come in here. As long as we can hold on for a minute and a half, which I feel like is going to happen. So yeah, we're at 8 cents with a minute to go. I would say my take profit should hit here any second. So yeah, I'd say this is a done deal now. So there's a win. There's the take profit, $7.47. And that puts us up $30 for the day. So that's a good one. This is why I love when things get quiet and the movement really slows down. There's a lot of opportunity to make some good money in these slower markets. All right. Good win. We're getting closer, trying to get to that 152 before the end of the night. See if we can do it. Check in on the chat, see if anybody's here. Yeah, there's 4 people here watching. I appreciate you being here. If you wouldn't mind, give me a like on the video. That always helps. And I'd love to, I'm on the chat right now, so if you want to stop by and say hello, get a little chat going. I'm going to be here for a while. The goal is to get to 152. Right now I'm at 82. So we're up 17 on this session, which is great. And we got the very lofty goal of doubling, more than doubling our money today. It would actually be tripling because we started at 50. So we're going to try and triple it up today. Okay, and I can't hang out here too long or the screen freezes on the other one. So the insert is Tap Trader. That gives you some indicators. That's showing us the Bollinger Bands, which is those shaded lines on either side of the where the candlesticks are. That kind of tells you if it gets to the top line or crosses that top line, it really wants to come back down. If it gets below the bottom line, it really wants to come back up. ADX and RSI, these are the change. The amount ADX is the average dynamic change. So like how much change is going on, how volatile things are. And the RSI, which is right in the middle there, is the relative strength index. That's kind of like how strong is the market right now. When it gets down to 30 at the bottom of the line, it wants to come back up. When it gets above 70, it wants to come back down. So similar to Bollinger Bands in kind of giving you an idea of where the market tends to want to move using those indicators. So coming off a good win, we got a nice quiet market and we're looking like another down market. So we'll just get ready. Right now I'm doing 30 contracts per. And I may raise that as the night goes on as I get bankroll a little bit bigger. But 30's fine. I like to wait until 8 minutes, 7 minutes, something like that. But we'll see. Let's see the last 5 minutes. Pretty much all down. So we'll see if we get a run up. Usually in a 15-minute window, you get one or two up and downs. So we're on our down run right now, which is taking us pretty far away from the strike. Reacts early to the price and also overreacts late to the price. And you don't want to get in early on this market. You want to wait. I mean, this could run away and never come back up. Just be constantly going down. And that's fine. But that's not how most markets work. So with 10 minutes to go, a 20-cent difference is a lot, but that's a lot of time, 10 minutes. A lot of things can happen. And here's our rebound. So let's see how high this goes. Pretty weak so far. But once they start moving in a new direction, they can start to gain momentum in that direction. That being said, this is pretty weak. So we'll see where it kind of tops out at. I still don't think there's a 90% probability of down, but that's what the market's saying, 89, 90. And so that's the thing I'm noticing, just overreaction in the beginning. And so it's best to just kind of wait, which is my philosophy anyways. So this market is actually really working out well for me. So over this whole run, it's only gained back 4 cents so far. It's a pretty weak run. Feeling pretty confident if once we get to the 7-minute mark, if we're still on this run, that we should be in good shape. All right, yeah, pretty good indication this is going to be a down result. And so the market reflects that, 95. So there's not really much of an opportunity for me here, unless we get a movement back toward the strike again, which could happen. And I want to see just this kind of overreaction that this market tends to have at the end, and see if I can start using that to my advantage, because the crazy flips in price in the last couple minutes is like kind of shocking to me. That being said, we're 18 cents away from the strike, so there's not, the probability is pretty high for a down result now. So I'm investing, but I'm also learning a new market. I usually do Bitcoin, but the chat this afternoon kind of steered me toward doing Solana, and I think they were right based on my strategy that it's a better choice. But I'm learning this market, so I'm kind of watching how it behaves. Right now, what I'm seeing is almost a sure thing, and that's being priced 98 cents. But yeah, it seems like this market tends to want to shoot up in price faster than Bitcoin. But at the end, there's a lot more nervous energy. So people bailing ship and like dumping their, just getting out. And it leaves some opportunities for raking up some profits with almost no risk at the end. So that's what I'm watching right now. What happens here on this? This isn't even close. This is 18, 19 cents away. There's been no real movement toward up. 4 cents, regression. So it's almost a sure thing with 4 minutes to go. Let's just see if there's any kind of like wobbling, even on a market this wide. I think this might be too far away from the strike to have that kind of fluctuation at the end. But we'll see. It's a learning experience. But the two pieces of advice I most want to pass on to people is I've been doing this now for 6 months, these crypto markets, and two of the biggest things I've learned. One, it's okay to not invest in a particular market if it doesn't fit the profile. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. This is one of those that just didn't really work. And that's fine. That's fine. That's actually good. If it doesn't fit your strategy, don't do it. And the other one is learning to set a stop loss and stick to it. I kind of failed on that earlier this evening. It worked out okay for me, but I want to get away from that. If it gets too dicey at the end and I lose my edge that I've been patiently waiting for, I got to just take the loss and move on. Take the hit, take the smaller hit than waiting till the end and getting burned. So that's been my biggest issue, is waiting too long. So yeah, there's no drama in the end of this thing. This is a done deal. Yeah, there's no drama in the pricing. There's no change. It's just it's too stagnant because it's 24 cents away with 2 minutes to go. So there's really no drama. Nobody's worried about their money at this moment. So no fluctuations. So we wait for the next one. Sometimes trading is boring. Yeah. So I think we've got overcast conditions here because my Starlink is cutting in and out. So I can see that this live has only been going for 10 minutes. So I think it may be shutting down and restarting. So anyway, that would explain why the numbers are kind of low. All right, so we didn't get in on that one. It was just too much in one direction. It went down and never really came back. That's pretty unusual. I mean, it had a little bit of a $4 up there, but then again, kind of a blah one, which didn't work for my strategy. So moving on. What I like about these 15-minute markets is like one doesn't work, it's like, yeah, another one's up. So keeps it interesting. I try to make preparations as much as possible ahead of time. We may be just slipping down here for a while. We had that earlier. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I got to work with formatting on this live because this is too small. Yeah, let's try. It might not be too bad. Let's try that for a while. I definitely prefer the user interface on the phone to the computer on Kalshi. Just a little awkward on the computer. At least I'm used to the phone a little bit more. All right, so price is dropping pretty fast. Looks like we've got a big fall off on the exchanges. Now, I started investing in crypto right when this bear market started. And I have never really seen in the whole 6 months. There's been a couple small rallies, but boy, it's been down, down, down almost the whole time. So I've not been too interested in investing in crypto. But anyway, that's fine. It got me into predictive markets, so I really appreciate the 4 people who are watching right now. It looks like it's the same stream. On my Streamlabs, it says only like 20 minutes have been going, but it looks like this stream has been going for 118 minutes, so I guess it's been pretty consistent. Not a big fan of the formatting of the screen that I have going on right now. I have to try and improve that. Let's see what we can do here. First thing we can do is, we don't need all that, we just need that. And maybe we'll go up here. With that. That looks a little bit better. All right, we'll stick with that for now. All right. Without a chat to interact with, I just feel like I'm talking to myself. So we've got a slow market that's been just kind of going down, 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 which has not provided any great opportunities for my specific strategy. So yeah, just 2 in a row of just kind of meh. And when it's like this, my strategy just kind of, it's just all down. So yeah, anyway, this current situation is too slow and too one-sided for my stuff to work. But yeah, let's see if we can get some interaction going here. If you wouldn't mind giving me a like, let's chat a little bit in the chat. Get something going here, because there's not a lot going on in the market at the moment. And I'm bored. We got 12 new subscribers today. That's fun. Welcome. We got somebody new who showed up. Hope you're doing well. We're kind of in a market that's not really working. 6 people here now. Great. Please introduce yourself. Say hello. Tell me what strategy you're using for trading these markets on Kalshi. And yeah, right now, this current market that we're in, the screen is actually frozen. Let me go back. 34 cents away from the strike. There's almost no possibility of getting in at anything worth getting in for at this moment. So we're 99.6 is the price. So this is just one I'm sitting out on. And sometimes the timing just doesn't work out for the strategy you're using. What's up, dude? HLG is the one who recommended I go over to Solana. It's been working out great for me, buddy. I am we're at 82 in the portfolio at the moment, so we're up 30 on the day. And it's really slowed down. Let me get back to the live screen. I should probably start chatting on my phone so the screen doesn't freeze like that. But yeah, the last two markets have just been mostly down, and so there hasn't been a great opportunity to use my strategy, but it has really worked well with Solana. I think this market fits a little bit better as you recommended. So thank you for that recommendation. I really appreciate that. I'm going to get on my phone now that it's mostly charged so I can chat on there and not mess with the computer screen. Yeah, we're down the whole session this afternoon, this evening. Yeah, I feel like there's a couple things I've noticed about this market that are an edge for my particular strategy. One is that this market overreacts to prices dramatically. So in the beginning it overreacts, but then at the end it also overreacts. So if you're patient and you wait and it's even close at the end, you can really get some good value, which I'm really liking that option. We had a market earlier that looked like it was completely done, and then it just kind of creeped up a little bit at the end, and the price just went nuts. And I was able to, make $10 just by being patient and waiting till the end. So I like that about this market. The Bitcoin crypto 15 minutes is so popular, and there's so much activity on it that there's not much value that much edge you can find. The probability is about right all the time. Whereas I'm finding on here, the probability is overestimated in the beginning of the 15 minutes and underestimated at the end if it's close. So this is a good combination. You should make an investment circle on Kalshi. How do you do that? I know that I've got an inner circle, and I've just been waiting until I get a little bit more established as a successful trader before I let people into the inner circle. But I do want to do that eventually. I've got a lot of people on the kind of wait list, wanting to be on the inner circle with me, but I just don't. I want to wait until I trust myself a little bit more. I'm getting there, and I feel pretty confident about what I'm doing. But if that's what you're talking about, the investment circle, maybe it's inner circle. It's covered up by the heart on my phone. But yeah, I will do that eventually, have an inner circle. And that's what I've told everybody on Kalshi when I'm in the chat is as soon as I'm very confident in what I'm doing, then I'll like accept everybody who's applied to be in my inner circle. So if you're interested in that, how can I request a spot? Does that say a spot? A spot on the inner circle. I think I don't know how it works. I think you just go to my profile and request, and it sends it to me. And then when the day comes that I'm like, okay, I feel confident in like people seeing the whole picture of what I'm doing, then I'll let everybody in that I feel like I'm really confident, and I'll accept the pressure of having people copy trade me, who don't know me. But yeah, I appreciate that, and I do want to do that eventually. We'll get there someday soon. When this account, with this new challenge starting at $2, when this account reaches 1,000 portfolio, I'll do the inner circle. But I'm gonna have to earn it, so that's my plan. I don't know how to find you. My name is 7 Streams on Kalshi. So at 7 Streams. In fact, how do I do that? Let me go. I'll make a comment. I'll make a comment on this market with my 7 Streams, and you can just click on that, and it should take you right to me. Oh, my phone is not behaving correctly. Let me go down here. So I'm just going to put it in down here. So there it is. Seven Streams. Trying a new strategy on a new market. So you should be able to click on that and connect with me. Sweet. Leox. All right, let's get back to the business here. Got to refresh because I don't have the strike on the screen. Come on, Kalshi. Get with the program. Awesome. Yeah, I saw your reply. Leo X or Leox. But yeah, we're looking for a little down again. We got 3 in a row down. I also keep track of streaks, so we got 3 down. Let's take a look at the chart. Okay, we're hanging out at the bottom of the Bollinger Band. We're pretty low on RSI. And ADX is pretty quiet-ish. I'm a big fan of mostly RSI and Bollinger Bands. Leandro is your middle name. All right, cool. Leo X. All right, Leo X, we're gonna keep making some money. So we've got 3 cents down. I'm leaning down at this point. We're gonna get ready with 30. Well, we're up to 7 folks. If you want to give me a like and introduce yourself in the chat, Would love to. Me and Leo X would love to get to know you, or HLG Phoenix ZL1 would love to get to know you. So just give us a like and share a comment. We're looking at down. We've got a nice quiet market, moving slowly. We've got 8 minutes to go, so we're starting to run low on time. I'm targeting to get in at this one. Maybe it's in the 70s. This could be a big moneymaker if it doesn't go too crazy. Okay, we're at 70, 74. Ooh, we're gonna have a bounce back here. 61. So we're coming up on the 7 minute mark, which is when I usually like to try to get in. I feel like this is pretty quiet movement. I really like where it's at right now. Let's see. Let's hold on for another 30 seconds and see what happens. But I'm really liking down at a discounted price here. Well, hold. I wish there wasn't this delay on Kalshi because it flatlines for a while and then it updates. Yeah, it's been dropping like crazy. Okay. All right. Let's try it. 65. See if we can get in. Okay. We're in on 65. It's actually 66.59. And we're going to immediately set take profit at 95 because we got in so cheaply. We got a 4-cent cushion, so I'm gonna do my stop loss at 1 cent. So if we hit 1 cent, I'm out. Looks like we might be pushing that way. Uh-oh. Now, you know what I'm going to say to myself? But did you really follow your strategy that time? Not really. I kind of broke it a little bit. But yeah, now we're down to 24 cents, and now it's pointless to sell. I mean, I could scrape a little out of this, but we got a bad move. Yeah, the bounce back is here. Unfortunately, I timed it poorly. But there's still a lot of time left. We'll see. But I'm going to hold on this one. I'm in at 66 cents, so we'll hold and see what happens. Worst case scenario, I'm down to a $10 profit for the day. But yeah, that's a case in point of it's 60. It's only 66 for a reason. All right, we got a good return here. Let's come on down. Come on down. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes. Still iffy. Very iffy. Could really use a big downturn. Big downturn. Down to 1 cent. But it's pretty stagnant right now. Not good. Ew. Gross. That's disgusting. So I think the case in point here is I didn't do my strategy. My strategy is not to get in at 66% probability. But I thought I'd be a little cute. Thought I'd get cute and get a big old profit. And that's the lesson that I don't know how long I have to keep learning it for, but evidently for a while more. Hopefully this is the last time I have to learn that lesson. Because it's not my strategy. My strategy is 89% probability and get 10 cents. So it's not over yet, but it's not looking good. I feel like the universe just loves to penalize me when I don't follow through on what I say I'm going to do. So come on, big drop. Ooh. Maybe. Getting ready to try to scrape some value out of this thing. Oh, 50. Oh, man. See how the price just jumps around like crazy. I think I'd be happy with 50. Mm. 1 minute to go, less than 2 cents. What do you think? Should I hold or try to scrape out some salvage money here? It's crazy. It's like up to 50, down to 10. Up to 50, down to 10. Come on. 1 penny. Brutal. Oh, it just jumps around like crazy. Well, probably should have scraped a 50 cent when it was up at 50 cents. Oh, well. Well, that was dramatic and fun and stupid. I hated it. But the good news is we're still up $10 on the day, despite a stupid loss like that. All right. Well, but then we move on to the next one, reminding ourselves again that the strategy is to take extremely high probability, make a small profit, and move on. It's not about what I just did there, which was buying at 67% and losing my butt. Yeah, the stream is going to be delayed, I think, 15 seconds or something like that. And my cat wants to come over and say hello. How you doing? Well, let's see if we can get some redemption. Now, a big key for me is not try to get that all back, what I just lost. I lost 20 bucks. Like, just accept it, move on. Like, don't change the strategy, don't change anything. If anything, actually do the strategy instead of not doing it. So. But yeah, if you're hanging out, looks like we've got about 6 people in the chat. Drop a hello. Tell us what strategy you're using on these prediction markets. You. Well, it still won't give me the strike point. We're over 3 minutes into it. I still don't have the price. Come on, man. It's obviously right around this amount because it's trading at 50-50, but it's about to go up again. Yeah, I mean, that would make sense after all that down and such a real close call at the end of that last one. I wouldn't be surprised. Up makes sense to me. Cat wants to go outside. I'll be right back. Cat needs to go out. My cat has free reign. All right. Ready? Do we? All right. All right. Yeah, it's still not showing up. Come on, Kalshi. This is why I prefer to trade on my phone, but it was running out of battery, so I did the computer. Well, I'm guessing the price has got to be right around 78.65 because it's trading 57.45, so it can't be too far. Gonna get ready. Not gonna do anything different, even though it's tempting to want to start doing 60, 80 shares, whatever. Just stick with what you're doing. I'm going to try and get in at 85 instead of 89. But that's about it. That's the only change. All right, we got 7 people in here now. Wonderful to have you. Thank you for showing up. This is my second stream of the day and my second stream all time. So I appreciate you joining me as we try to figure out how to become multi-bazillionaires through Kalshi. Anybody else have a Polymarket account as well? I just got, I was finally taken off the wait list a couple days ago, so I now have Polymarket as well, but they don't do crypto on the U.S. version of Polymarket. 78.67. That's what you want me to bid? I think we're saying up, bro. We're feeling the up energy. I'm going to wait till we get to 85, though. I'm going to follow my damn strategy. Damn. There it is. I mean, I have a bot. I can make a bot, but I have to be 100% sure of the strategy, because once a bot gets involved, that shit can get out of control if you aren't 100% confident in what you're doing. All right, we're in 85 cents. Yeah, if you want to do a strategy on a bot, just let me know. I've done a couple of them. I'll probably do another one once I'm sure of the strategy I want to do. But for now, I want to be manually in control, because I don't know the formula I want to put together yet. No, that's where the YouTube on my phone has a heart emoji like right on the screen, so I can't see the most recent comment. Oh, there we go. No, that's where the price was at. Oh, I see. 78.67 was the strike. Okay, there we go. 78.65 it says on my screen now. Finally got there. Okay. Take profit. Let's make some money. We're going to do 99.999999. So we make a quarter of it back if we win this one. I don't know anything about the bots, but I'd like to learn. I tell you what, I didn't know anything either. Basically, I was using Claude. Claude is my favorite AI chatbot. Like, I've had the most success with Claude. And Claude talked me into using Cursor. Basically, if you spend $20 a month for Cursor, they have AI chatbots with all the main chatbot companies that will just guide you through making a bot. Like, you just have to assume that the AI is gonna make some mistakes. It's also going to forget what you're doing. You have to really stay on top of the conversation, like constantly, like have a summary ready of here's what we've done so far. Like every time you say anything, you have to summarize it all, because it says, oh yeah, I'm keeping track of what's going on, and then it will just make all kinds of mistakes. So you have to be really patient, and you have to test it and all that stuff. But I have been able to, with no coding skills whatsoever, create 2 bots that worked exactly how I wanted them to work. So it's definitely possible. The other thing you have to do is get a what is it? You have to get virtual space on a server, on a big server, so that you can shut down on your computer and the bot still runs off your computer. And I was able to get that on Vulture for just $6 a month. So really, to run a bot with what I did, it costs $20 for Cursor and $6 through Vulture for a VPN. No. some kind of a virtual server that basically will run your bot when you're offline. But Cursor will walk you through all that too, like getting that all set up. Like, just go in there and say, hey, here's what I want to do. Help me figure it out, and it may take a while. You may have to test and retest and all that, but I recommend it. Yeah, they have an API. Kalshi has an API, and that's what allows you to program the bot is through their API. But yeah, and the bot, the Cursor, AI knows everything that needs to happen to get it all set up. Like you got to request access to the API from Kalshi. Once you get that information, you get like a key phrase and all this. But all you really got to do is get Cursor and ask the chatbot there to like, I want to do this. Help me figure it out. And it will. It may take some time and may make some mistakes along the way, but it'll get it done. Yeah, I found it pretty phenomenal that with no skills whatsoever, no experience as a coding agent, that I'm just able to create a trading bot on a platform. It's like, and it worked well. There were some bugs to work out, but you can do simulation mode or demo mode and just test it and make sure it works before you go. All right, we're looking pretty good here. Up was the right call, looks like. And let's get that take profit. Not bad, a little $4.50 win. A little $4.50 win. And done. All right, 447. Like for this strategy that we're working on right now that I'm cultivating, I just want to be able to code the edge cases when what are the rules? If I were to make myself a bot, like what would trigger me to bid and what would trigger me to take profit and stop loss and all that. So I'm getting pretty close here to figuring out what all those are, but this is a brand new market for me, the Solana market. So I'm still just learning this market. It's similar to the Bitcoin one, but it's different. It's definitely different. All right, winner, winner, chicken dinner. The bot that I was running, I had this whole thing figured out. Claude and I had worked through it. We'd talked for days about fading a streak strategy. So like if there's 6 downs in a row, I'm coming in at whatever, $5 on up on the 7th one. I think we had it the whole thing started at like 3 in a row. So like 3 in a row, I'm in on the 4th one in the opposite direction. And we're using a martingale strategy. So like whatever the first bid is, if you lose that one, you got to double the next one and double the next one. And we had done all kinds of analysis about like how long how often does a streak of 9 happen? How often does a streak of 10 happen? And the bot on Cursor is able to run a program and figure all that out and like run all the data and like tell you, oh, On average, a streak of 10 happens like about once every month and a half or so. That's how often it happens. So you can expect in your planning that you're going to lose once a month or once every 1 month and a half. But anyway, we had it all figured out, and the only problem was getting the bid filled at a low enough price that that you could guarantee you would make profit. And I just couldn't. Sometimes the price would just run away too fast, and the bot couldn't make the entry. And in that system, let's say you've lost 4 in a row, and you're in on the 5th one, and the bot can't make the entry anywhere near 50 cents. It has to make the entry at like 70, 80 cents. Well, now you've lost. Now you're losing. So I spent like probably 3 months trying to figure out this system, testing it, running it, and it ended up not being feasible, not really working. But in the process, I learned so much about coding, creating a bot, like how to do it. And that, although the martingale system is so appealing in so many ways, it's also diabolical. It can ruin it can take you to the ground. Yeah. Most streaks, I mean, you're talking to the person that knows more about this than probably anybody, because I've spent so much time how often streaks happen, and but yeah, usually, I mean, the average streak ends at 3. Like that's the average. Like it's not, and 5 to 6, well, it probably happens like once a day, like twice a day sometimes. 7, 8 happens once a week. 9, 10 is once a month or more. But the way my luck is, the first time I tried it, I got a streak of 9 the first first time. Like just wiped me out completely. And so I think the reality is that's a great system to use if you have a big enough amount of money to absorb the crazy streaks when they happen. That you can just keep doubling, keep doubling, keep doubling, keep doubling, and you can survive that. If you can do that, it's a guaranteed winning strategy. You just have to have a big enough bankroll and a small enough initial investment so you can survive the crazy streaks. But anyway, it's one of those things. I spent so much of my life now studying that crap, and I'm like, you've never seen 7 to 8. Yeah, it's pretty rare. I mean, but like I said, I got a 9 the first day I was doing it. I was like, God dang, that's my luck. That's the way it goes. I come back to this strategy where it's like high probability, stack up small wins. When the odds go against you, take your smaller loss, and that's it. Just keep it simple. But yeah, martingale is, boy, I thought we had it figured out. We ran all the numbers, and it was like this is a winning proposition. This has to work, and it does if you have a big enough bankroll. I'm not there. So I may come back to it at some point. But that's the saying in in the gambling world. Is martingale strategy, like double your loss? You know, take your loss and double it on the next one. That works great until it doesn't, and then it just devours you. All right, here we go. Down, looking real good. I mean, I don't know if it looks 88 cents good. I don't know. Down, looking pretty strong as we near the 7-minute mark. I kind of want to hold on until there's one more pullback up and see where the price goes on that pullback. Seven minutes is a long time. We'll see. Yeah, the Starlink is kind of cutting out a little bit here and there, so I apologize for that. I'm in a cloudy area by the coast, and it's trees covering everything, and it's pretty hard to get a good signal, but we do our best. Considering I'm off the grid, like, it's, you know, whatever you think about Elon Musk, and I don't think much of him, but man, Starlink has been a game changer for me. Like, to be able to have internet in the middle of nowhere, like just doing my own thing, me and my solar panels out in the woods, you know, and I got good enough. All right, we've been cutting out a little bit, so I apologize for that. Well, I'm hoping for a pretty good run up because I need this price to get much lower. Again, if you haven't yet given a like to the stream, I'd appreciate it. Are your solar panels from Elon Musk? No, I've had these solar panels for a long time, but no, the Starlink is, my internet is Elon Musk's Starlink. So how much is Starlink a month? You can get it pretty cheap if you don't use it that much, but I don't want to worry about my speeds getting slowed down. And so the equipment itself, I don't know what that costs right now. They were doing a deal for a while. For me, it was like $500 for the equipment and $80 a month. So I have the equipment now, and I just pay $80 a month. It's unlimited, fast. As long as you have a clear view of the sky, you don't have like obstructions in your way. It's super reliable, super fast. I'm in a forest. Day's going good. Kerry Moko. I'm going to say Kerry or Kareem. But day's going good, man. We're up $15 on the day, so even with a bunch of losses, bunch of dumb shit. Oh, I should pay attention to what's going on. We're down to 85. See if I can get it. Stay there. Got it. Woo! Got it at 85 and it jumped to 95 immediately. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Let's sell. 30 shares at 99.9. See if we can get another 450 back. I don't. I can look it up, but not right now. I'll let you know maybe next time I see you on the live or whatever. But they're good. They're good. It's good. And like I said, I've got only a small sliver of the sky open at my property that I can get the Starlink satellites through. So it's not. I'm not in an ideal location, and you're still getting a live stream from me, in the middle of the woods. So it's pretty good. I don't know the exact numbers, but it cranks pretty good. The big thing for me is it uses a fair amount of power. Nothing crazy for like somebody on the grid, but for somebody off grid using lithium-ion batteries and solar power, I have to watch. It'll drain my batteries if I run too long without getting them charged. So that's the one thing. It does use some power, but totally worth it compared to what I was doing. My other option is like no internet. I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I'm in a part of the California coast where there's just nobody here. Like I'm basically in the national park, the Redwoods National Park. So it's like mostly redwood trees, ocean, and a lot of rain in the winter. Ironically, almost no rain in the summer. All right, there's a win, 447, clawing back from the earlier debacle. So we got half of it back already. Just 2 solid wins. So we'll take it. Not bad. Again, as we move on to the next one, feel free to give the live a like. I don't know if we've got any likes on this thing. I think it's just one. But I appreciate it if you would. Give us a like. Come into the chat. And, oh, nice. What part of the world are you in on your 100 acres? I've got like half an acre, and it's all I can do. That being said, it's in the middle of the forest, so it's like I might as well have 30, 40 acres, but like my actual property is only a half acre. North Carolina. I used to live in North Carolina. I used to be the golf pro at a golf course in New Bern, North Carolina. Right on the coast there. I did like it, but the summers was like a furnace. It was like a sauna. So hot and also so humid. It was just like, whoo. Hey, buddy. All right. North Carolina. I liked it there, though. People were nice. Beautiful spot, beautiful part of the country. Yeah, I've been all over, man. I've been everywhere. I've been everywhere, man. All right, moving on. Next market up, and we got a strike price. Thank goodness. Thanks to all of y'all who are joining me, especially to you, HLG, Leo X, for all your support of my lives today. I really appreciate that, man. It's been a fun first day of doing lives, It's funny. I've done lives for my music for years and nobody shows up. It's just like, I get it. Like, you got to be in the mood for music. And if you don't know the person who's doing the music, it's less appealing. So it was always a hard grind. But with this, it's like, everybody wants to make money. So, yeah, let's do this. And, yeah, that's the idea. Let's figure this out. Let's make some money. All right, cheers. I appreciate you, man. All right, we're looking down. We're looking down. We're 5 cents away. And the market's pretty quiet. Gotten pretty quiet, yeah. Pretty quiet and pretty down. Last 5 minutes, basically all down. Down, down, down. What do you think, HLG? We going down on this one? 5 cents. Seems like a lot for how quiet this is. I know we're not to the 7-minute mark or my 90% probability, but I'm leaning pretty hard down at this moment. Yeah. So what do you do with your 100 acres? That's a lot of land, bro. It's honestly all I can do to keep up with this half acre I have. Wait a bit till your anytime. Yeah, I agree. I agree. For real, for real. I think down as well. Yeah. Looking pretty strong. 6.5 cents. That's a lot. Okay, so we got down. I'm gunning for 85. That's my new target. Used to be 89, but I feel like with the last minute juggling in this market, it's crazy to me how much it jumps around at the end, especially when it's close. It's just like crazy. All right, we're up to 92% probability. But we're holding. Too early. I just walk on it. Yeah. Well, it's got to be nice to walk on your own land. I'm right on the Klamath River, so I've got thousands of acres around me that is like, I would say public land, especially all along the river there. I'm in the floodplain, but I'm up high enough, and I built everything to survive a flood when it does happen. Oh man, 23 cents down. That's craziness. Drive four-wheelers, yeah, yeah. Off-grid in the Redwoods is a dream come true for me, man. It's so sweet, so good. There's not much culture here. There's not much social stuff going on, but I'm a peaceful, quiet, chill individual. I don't need much, man. Me and my cats, and I build stuff. I'm basically building a structure to, basically a house. A living quarters. So I've been working on that for 3 years now, just slowly but surely. as time and finances allow. I'm thinking maybe in on this, yeah. 85 cents. Mm. Two, yeah, there's 2 lakes and a forest. Nice. 2 huge fields where they grow hay. Nice. North Carolina. Yeah. You got to. I haven't gotten there yet because I'm too busy building shit. But all right, I'm in. I'm in. Screw it. 85. 7 minutes to go. Already up to 93. I got a 14-cent cushion, so like my exit point, I'm going to say is 8 cents, which seems really safe. And I'll probably, even if I have to do that, I'll probably make profit anyway. So anyway, I'm out there. I'm going to set my take profit at 99.9. Get that 447 again. Boom. Boom. All right. Feel pretty good about this one. I mean, it would be, no amount is totally safe, but how long have I lived off grid? Oh yeah, I'm pretty well along in the framing. I'm almost done. How long have I lived off grid? I before I moved here 3 years ago, I was a full-time RVer off the grid. That's actually what's on my property. Is I just drove my RV onto this property, and I'm building around it. That's why I say I'm building a home. I'm already in my home. I'm very comfortable in this RV, but I'm just creating a shelter around the RV to keep the moisture out and all that stuff. We get a lot of rain here, so. But yeah, I've been off the grid for 13, 14 years, something like that. I don't miss it at all, man. Once I got solar panels, my life changed completely, and I have not looked back at all. I just love being out in nature and away from all the chaos and stupidity and ridiculousness, and yeah, I like a simple life of peace and quiet in the woods. I did. I bought the land. How long have we lived off? I bought the land 3 years ago. No, I think I've been here 3 years. And yeah, it's just a little piece of land right by the river, right by the ocean, in the redwoods, and it's real simple, real sweet. I keep my life super simple and sweet, and yeah, it's been great. The one thing I miss is social connections. So one thing I'm thinking about with these lives is just having a little bit more connection with other people. Would be nice. But yeah, I don't need much. Like I keep myself pretty well entertained. How can you buy land out there? What I would look for is a site called, what is it called? Land? Is it just land.com? Maybe that's what I used. One of those websites. These little lots here just popped up, and it was perfect timing. I was able to snag this beauty of a lot. But yeah, I think it's just land.com or something like that, And they were super cheap. They still are, because they're in the floodplain. So you're not supposed to build anything here. What I'm doing is you're not supposed to do it. My argument is, well, it's my land. I'm building it so it can survive a flood. I'm engineering everything so water will pass through, and it won't be. They don't want you to build because they don't want debris going downstream in a flood. But my plan is to not have anything going downstream in the flood. Everything just stay where it is, because I'm not going to side anything. It's just going to be a skeleton, a frame with a roof on it. So I don't know. I could get in trouble someday. Could I could definitely have somebody show up, but I'm in a place where I'm on the reservation. This is the Yurok tribe. This is their land. It was zoned for development at one point, and so these are legitimate lots to buy, but it's a gray zone. It's like it's not really tribal land. It's not really, public land. So anyway, I get away with stuff over here. 2 miles in each direction. That's fantastic. Yeah, it's actually, I think it's in a town site, but the town site and the whole area is within the national park. Redwood, it's a state park and a national park. So Redwood National Park, and the town that's closest to me is Klamath. So, but yeah, it's kind of like tribal land, but it's no man's land. It's like I own a piece of property that it's great because nobody cares what I do over here, And my neighbors all have structures on their property, and they're part of the tribe, so it's just it's a weird, different kind of like in between place in the world, and it's just out of the way of everything enough that nobody cares. So I like finding those places that are just remote enough that you could get away with stuff. Nobody really cares. So I got super lucky, absolutely. Yeah. And yeah, I'm grateful every day that I get to wake up here. 100 acres, backyard, 100 acres. Man, 100 acres is so much. It's so wonderful. You say trees and lakes, and yeah, that's fantastic. I like North Carolina. What part of the state are you in? You in the mountains or the plains area or what? Looking like another win. Come on, baby. Yeah. In the winter, it depends on the year, but in the winter it rains a lot. Actually, starting in October, November, it starts to rain. And then, oh man, I didn't even take profit there. It just, I got my whole 450. All right. We're almost fully recovered from our debacle earlier. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Anyway, what was the question? Oh, you're in the plains. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but anyway, it rains, October, November. That's why I'm building this awning, just to keep the rain just off me a little bit. I have a nice little diesel heater in here. That does a really nice job of warming things up cheaply. And, yeah, I love the sound of the rain. I love the feeling of the rain. I just don't want it right on top of me, like on this RV. I want a little bit of space away from it. And I want to be able to go outside without getting wet, so I built it like a patio area. So basically everything I'm building is just so I have a little bit of coverage from the rain in the winter. But yeah, once like May comes around, from May to September, it usually doesn't rain at all. Like it stops, there's no rain. And it stays pretty cool. So an average day here in the summer is like sunny, or cloudy in the morning, sunny in the afternoon, cloudy in the evening, and about 70 degrees for a high. Like, that's about it. So I don't like being cold, and I don't like being hot. It's almost always the same temperature here. Like in the winter, it's like high of 50, low of 40, something like, somewhere in there. The ocean just doesn't let the temperature change that much. So I love it. I'm always wearing a hoodie. Like that's basically every day is hoodie weather here. Middle of the summer, today hoodie. Like like middle of the winter hoodie. Like just every day is a hoodie, and that's how I like it. The older I get, I just want to be comfortable and not do anything that's like I don't want to do anymore. Try to make music, try to make some money here on these markets, stay out of the drama. Like, I just, no drama. I'm not interested in unnecessary drama. I just want to go out there, hang out in the redwoods, and chill. That's awesome. It's been high 90s here lately. Yeah. I just remember the summers there. Like there were basically 2 seasons at the golf course I worked at. You could play golf in the spring and the fall. Nobody went outside to play golf in the summer because it was too hot, and the winter for everybody down there too cold. So like there was like 2 out of the 4 seasons that people played golf. So, but yeah, I remember the summer heat being this oppressive in North Carolina. It was like so humid and so like you walk outside and your glasses would fog. I wear glasses; they'd fog up immediately. Like, but yeah, I liked living there. It was nice. How far am I from town? I am. Well, there's 2 towns. I live in Klamath Glen, which is just basically houses. There's nothing really else here. And then Klamath, which doesn't have much either. That's just a gas station and the post office. That's about a 5-minute drive away. The main place for me to get groceries and do all my, Home Depot and all that is Crescent City, which is about a 20-minute, half-hour drive. It's a beautiful drive. You go along the ocean, and I take that about every 2 weeks, and it's a nice break. I go to town. I get my groceries. I go pick up building materials from Home Depot, and treat myself to something. But yeah, most of the time I'm just hanging out on the homestead here, just chilling with the cat. Doesn't take much to make me happy, so I've learned not to add any unnecessary drama. Man, the strike price is just elusive. Maybe it's good, though. I don't need to know until 7 minutes anyway. But yeah, it's there's not much going on here. Sometimes I go up to the casino that's in Klamath just for something to do. But I hate gambling. Ironically, some might say that this is gambling, but I hate when the odds are against me. I don't. That's why I don't like the casino. Yeah, it's a beautiful spot, man. I mean, I traveled in my RV for 10 years, all over the country, and this was the place I chose as my ideal place to live. The only drawback is kind of the lack of culture. Like there's not much to do, but I keep myself pretty well entertained. I watch YouTube and build stuff and play some music, and yeah. And if I ever get super desperate and I need to get some culture, Arcata is the college town that's nearest to me, and that's only less than an hour, like 50 minutes away. So Arcata is where I go when I need culture, But they call this the Lost Coast because it's like nobody's here. It's just really because of the mountains and like all that. It's really hard to get to. They never really built anything on this coastline north of San Francisco. There's really kind of nothing from San Francisco up to Vancouver. Like the coast is pretty empty, really. There's occasionally a small town along the way, but like, yeah, the Pacific Northwest is pretty special. If if you're like me and you just kind of done with stress and drama, it's pretty great. But North Carolina is kind of like that too. It's pretty rural. It's pretty mellow. I grew up in Michigan, in Detroit area, so like I'm used to like bumper to bumper traffic and like people everywhere and like a lot of nonsense going on. So I still cheer for my Detroit teams. Still a big Tigers fan. Still a big Michigan. I went to school at Michigan, so like I'm still a fan of all those teams. But I'm so happy out west. I love it out here. All right, what do you think? We got a 7-cent cushion dropping rapidly. I think we got to wait because we're only at 68 cents. I'm going to get ready, though. I feel like we got an opportunity here. Up to 70 real quick. 5 cents and holding. Oh, shoot. Let's do it. It's reasonable in my strategy. Less than 6 minutes. Yeah, let's do it. Might have to ramp it up to 80. Yeah. Let's do 80. Oh, it's getting away from me. Go 85. Dang. I had that moment where I knew I had a good deal. Oh, I'm in. Good. Oh, I'm in. All right. So 30 contracts at 85 cents with a 10-cent cushion. I like this position. This is good. Let's go 99.9. Another 447. Let's do it. I went. Michigan is nice. The lakes are awesome. Yeah. And that's a lot of space. Yeah, San Francisco to Vancouver is, by the way, the best road trip you could ever take. Fly into San Francisco and drive to Seattle or drive to Vancouver. That coastline is so beautiful the whole way. But yeah, I grew up around water, the lakes in Michigan. I love water. Have you ever tried the 1-hour markets? When I first started doing them, I did 1-hour markets on Bitcoin. my strategy just really does well with a lot of repetition. I know people say that the 1 hour one is more steady, more reliable, less volatile, which makes sense. I mean, it's got an hour to get far away from the strike. So, but yeah, I don't know. I've had plenty of good success with the 15-minute ones. So I don't really feel compelled to do the hour ones. I've got 4 opportunities an hour over here, and with my strategy where I just try to make, between 10 and 20 cents per contract profit. I just like to have repetition. I like to have as many possibilities for that as possible, especially when the market is like this. I mean, we're 10 cents away from the strike right now. That feels like a lot. Well, especially for Solana. But I just feel like, even though we're at like 92, 91%, there's little time left, and I've got a lot of room to still work with. It's starting to evaporate here rapidly, though. Uh-oh. Watching the price fluctuate. I got to do a stop loss at 3 cents if the price gets to plus 0.03. But I also watching the time. I've only got a minute and a half left, so time is on our side. Come on. Here we go. I don't know, 6 cents in a little over a minute. It's looking pretty good. Good night. Got to get the hay. All right, sounds good, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hey, Legrand. Janinos. How you doing? How's life treating you tonight? We're recovering from a $20 loss about an hour ago, and we got 4 straight wins. There's another one. So we almost got it all back. We were at 82, now we're back up to 80. So pretty good. I told myself, when you take the big loss, don't change anything. Just be patient, keep doing it, and that's worked out pretty well. So I do pretty well when I follow the script of what I've strategy I've set out. I get in trouble when I try to get creative or try to salvage the situation. That's when I get in trouble. But yeah, the goal for tonight was 150. We're at $80.63. So probably gonna have to adjust the goal because I'm starting to get a little tired. It's only 10:15 here on the West Coast, but starting to get a little tired. So I think it would be really good to get a couple more wins. Maybe cut it off around 11 o'clock. So we got three markets left to go. I think that's what we're going to do. Give myself the evening to watch World Cup highlights. I already watched the Argentina Egypt highlights. Man, what a game. That's probably the best game of the tournament so far. I don't want to spoil it if anybody in here has not seen that match, but do check it out. It was quite a match. But anyway, I'm going to catch up on the other match I missed today, and I'm surprised how into the World Cup I've gotten this year. I've watched every game, and I'm enjoying it a lot. Well, HLG was leading the conversation there for quite a while. So I'd love if anybody else wants to step up and keep the conversation going. Ask any questions you want, or talk about strategies you like, or anything like that. I'm up for talking about anything. But anyway, thanks to all of you who have clicked like on this. Seven likes on this stream. It's been a great first day of live streaming. And I appreciate everybody that's hung out with me today. We did pretty good for first day of live trading. Almost $30 profit. So it's starting with 52 and ending up with almost 82. Let's see if we can improve even a little bit more here with the last few. But right now, too early to say on this market. Legrand Jade Ninos just came in and said, "Hey, damn." I was like, okay, hey, damn. I don't know what the damn was referring to, but okay, cool. All right, up. Up, looking good. I'm going to stick with the 30. I'm going to shoot for another 85, though. It's been cranking out the $5 wins or 450 wins. Well, I usually wait until 7 minutes, and I'm trying to be in the 80-90 range. That's my ideal entry. So, it's all about patience for me. Waiting for the right moment to. What I'm looking for is extremely high probability and to scalp, 10 cents, 15 cents, something like that. Just take a sure thing and scoop a little bit out of each sure thing. And the goal is kind of a 90% win rate or so. And if it starts to turn against me, to just bail, to take the loss before it becomes a loss. Like, when it starts getting where I've lost my edge. As soon as I lose my edge, I try to get out, take the 20% loss, or and just reduce the risk. And with that strategy in place, the chances of having a positive day are very high. So I've been doing this for a while, and the only time I really get into trouble is when I stray away from the strategy. And I don't know why I love to do that so much, but I get punished bad when I do that. The universe just loves to, as soon as I want to guess at something, like right now, oh, let's go down, let's get in at 63 cents on down. Even though it's not my strategy and that's not how I do things. That's a guaranteed, if that could be a strategy somebody could have. Just do the opposite of what I do when I don't do my strategy. That would work out really well. You could make a ton of money doing that. So I've just, after doing this for 6 months, I've learned, hey, don't get creative. Don't get in a rush to make a mistake. Stick to the process. Wait for the high probability play, So that's what I'm working on today. I've done a really good job of accepting losses when things went against me. And so that's why I'm up today. I didn't take big losses unnecessarily. So, all right, down is starting to lead the charge. Want to be ready for when we enter the buy zone. But yeah, it's still kind of iffy. We're only 2.5 cents away from the strike point, which is not, it's not nothing. It's in Solano terms, it's a decent spread. We've only got 5 minutes left. So we're leaning towards down for sure. But just being patient, waiting for the market to tell us, okay, looking pretty convinced at this point. Now, I think we're about to have a bounce back here because I see the price kind of fluctuating and bouncing down. But let's see. What do you have, up or down? I don't have anything right now. My strategy is all about kind of holding until I'm totally convinced of one way or the other, and then kind of scalping a little profit out of that. But I'm getting there. I'm pretty close to bidding on this one. We're going down, most likely, and as soon as I see it get over 85, I'm going to throw in the 85, and so I can get placed without any fees as a maker. So that's my strategy. Is although this is looking better and better by the moment, and the price keeps staying low. Here we go. Boy, they're seeing something on the exchanges that's like caution. So I'm respecting that these prices are now only 68. We never got to the 85 realm. Bitcoin. Yes, we're doing Solana right now. I normally do Bitcoin, but I find that my strategy is working better doing Solana. But yeah, normally I do the Bitcoin 15-minute markets. Man. Well, unfortunately, my internet just went down right when I was about to bid. So, right at the moment I needed it, my bid got in a little too late, but I might get it anyway. Let's see. It's close. I got 85 cents. Let's see. Nope. Yep. Nope. I gotta adjust this. I'm gonna try. I gotta adjust this. I'm gonna try 80, 89. Oh, man. Well, I've been trying to take down, obviously, here, but why it's take too long to cash out? Yeah, I just kind of got screwed by a bad internet connection for a minute, and right when I was about to bid, right when I bid, like it it cut out, and then I got a flat line, and so I missed that one. Not really my fault. I was ready to go, ready to bid, right at the right time, but oh well. That was a good one though. That set up real well for my strategy. I just got hosed. But yeah, oh well. Moving on. That's what I like about the 15-minute markets is like, well, I got another opportunity right away. So kind of whiffed on this one, but that's just the way it goes, you know. I'm out in the woods in the middle of nowhere with my Starlink, so if a bird flies by or I get a cloud in the wrong spot or yeah, it's really reliable most of the time, but like I'm in the middle of the woods, so I don't have much view of the sky, so it'll cut out occasionally. What's my strategy? My strategy, simplified down to the elevator speech, is wait as long as possible to get a price that allows you to still get about somewhere between 20 and 10 cents of profit per contract in a position where you're 90% sure you're going to win. So I usually don't do anything for the first 8 minutes of a market. I'm not in a rush to like take a guess. I try to get in when it's the probability is very much in my favor. I get in at a fixed amount for the day. So today I'm doing 30 contracts. I'm trying to get in right now at like 85 cents is where the sweet spot is for me today. I get in at 85. I immediately set the take profit at 99.9. And if it reverses on me and gets back toward 50% probability, I sell at 50 cents, 45 to 50. And I just take the loss, but I don't take the full loss. And actually, this strategy is profitable because of that taking the half loss instead of the full loss. But I probably get these right. I probably end up with a winner somewhere between 80 and 90% of the time. And I'm looking for kind of stable market conditions. So like right now it's pretty quiet. It's not moving crazy. And my strategy works pretty well in those kind of markets. So All right, he says down. Oh, it says down. For me, it's too early. Too early to decide. I don't. This is a 50-50 coin flip for me at the moment. So we're going to do this one and the next one, and we're going to end the stream at 11 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time for today. I think that probably gives me about 6 hours of streaming today. So a pretty good first day of live streaming my Kalshi trading. And we're going to try and end on an upswing. See if we can get the portfolio to $90 tonight. We started the day at 52. We actually started the day at 2, but I deposited $50 into it. So we're up $28 today. Let's go cash out. I mean, if you bought it when you did and sold it right now, you cashed out. Nice. Good work. Little 30-cent profit. It very well may end up being down. You were correct, sir. All props to you. But again, that is not my strategy. And I can guarantee you, if I bet down, it would have gone the other way. That's just the way it works with me. As soon as I break from my strategy, the universe just says, "Oh, told you not to do that." But yeah, if you can get in at 50 and it rises to 70 or 80, that's a good win if you can grab that for sure. But now, if you held on to that position, now you're in trouble. So, what is your strategy? Brother, we have the same thing. Yeah, I did try that strategy before to buy at like 40 and sell at 60. But I didn't have as much success as I do on this one. This is the one that it's very rare for me to have a losing day. Like, you know, I don't have big win days, but the bigger my portfolio gets, the bigger my small wins are. So I believe in like slow and steady, taking the high probability play, scalping like 10 to 15 cents and calling it good. And like, that's about it. That's what works for me. Everything else I've tried on here has failed miserably. But this is the one thing. Granted, I have terrible luck with what I would call gambling or guessing. You know, I'm terrible. I put a cash out profit. Nice. Good work. What'd you get? 30 cents a profit? In at 50, out at 80? When you were talking about getting in, it looked like it was around 40 or 50, and I saw it get up to 80. So, but right now we're kind of like 50-50 world. Could go either way. Now I started thinking about things right about now, like 8 minutes in, or 8 minutes to go, and usually don't do anything until we've got a clear winner. 100, I put 200 and get 120. Okay. Well, that's a good win. That's a good win. Any win is a good win. It's easy. Yeah, I know. It can feel that way for sure. And some days this is easy. It just feels like too easy. But when the market gets like crazy and starts fluctuating back and forth, that's a good time to just take a break and go do something else. Because like I've had days where I have lost everything, bro. On these sure things where I was like, oh, this is definitely going to work. Oh, nope. All right, down is looking good. Down is looking good. We've got not quite enough of a spread to feel comfortable, but as the time ticks down, that 4 cents difference starts looking better and better. Yeah, sometimes it does get crazy. Sometimes I've seen it in one 15-minute on Bitcoin, in one 15-minute period, go down 500 points and then come back and go up 600. So like down 500, up 1100, like within 15 minutes. And it's just like, what in the world, man? All right, he likes down. I'm liking down. We passed 85. We're under 5 minutes. We like it. We're in. Let's see if we can get filled at 85 at a maker so we don't have to pay any fees. Let's see if we can avoid them fees. Probably need a little bounce up if we're going to get placed there. Thinking about changing my bid to 89. But it looks like it could go down to 85 real easy. That's the thing about the smaller Solana market is like there can be some pretty fast price fluctuations in all directions. So I'm not in a hurry to spend more money than I need to, but we're up to a 10-cent difference, still going down. Okay, now we're going up. Give me 85. 85. Oh, oh. I thought for sure I had 85 sewed up. All right, try and get 89. Part of the strategy is avoiding fees, so that's why I do it the way I do it. Sometimes I get burned though. Sometimes it's just like, well, we've been better off to just pay the fees and get placed. I should put 1,000. Fook. Yeah, but a win is a win is a win, brother. You got to win. And that's all that matters. You play with sense. Yeah, I do. They say I pick up pennies in front of a steamroller. That's my strategy. Sometimes I get pancaked, but I try to avoid it as much as possible. But yeah, I got, unfortunately, the timing, I was so close. It dropped down to 86. I thought for sure I was going to get in there. But yeah, not so much this time. I play when it starts to 15 minutes. Yeah, I know. That's a strategy you could do, for sure. I think it works, especially if you're really good at reading the market. Like, that's why I've got the chart on the screen. Right now, we got the Bollinger Bands. It's kind of a little down, but nothing really interesting there. RSI is pretty low. So that would tend to say up. So the tea leaves there would say the next one is going to be up. Profit is profit. That's what I'm talking about. And I would even argue sometimes not getting involved in it, sometimes taking a good loss instead of a bad loss, ends up being profit in the end. Like, that's what I'm learning. It's like, you got to learn to lose well, too. Like, you have to learn to know when, okay, got to get out. My edge is gone. Time to get out. Especially, with my strategy that is so... My strategy requires 80, 90% win rate to be successful. So, I'm just not in a hurry to make a mistake, I don't need to be losing money. And if I don't invest at all, I didn't lose any money. So we had a couple blah blahs in a row there. So hopefully we can end the night with one more. This is the last market of the night. Let's go. We're going to go double. So we're going to go 60 shares instead of 30. I'm going to try and end the night with a bang. Get a little profit. And for my strategy, as long as in general you stay consistent with how much you're investing each market, it's fine. It's probably not a great idea for me to go double, but that's all right. We'll try to create some excitement here in the last one. All right. For now, we're holding. And the other thing is, I've already recovered from. I think I've had like 3 or 4 losses today, which is way more than usual. And I'm still up 28. So, like, I'm not in a hurry to, make a bad decision and lose some money. So maybe we'll just stick with 30, wrap up, following our strategy all the way to the end. That'll be the excitement. Not great for ratings, but I'm not here for the ratings. I'm here for the community, and I hope y'all enjoyed hanging out with me today. All of you, I appreciate you for hanging, and hopefully we all learned something. I don't know, had some fun, made some money. But yeah, last one, my man over here, Legrand J. Ninos, says down. He's probably right. Well, you got profit coming. Yeah. What you gonna set your take profit at, Legrand J. Ninos? in the middle. So what, you're going to buy at 50 and sell at 75? Is that what you say? It's a pretty good strategy. My target is always on the middle. On the middle of what? Between what you got in at and 100? I get like half of the money. So a 50-cent profit. So you're trying to get in at 50 and sell at 100? I guess that's what that means. Well, good job. Good win. Not my strategy, but good win. Let's get a nice win to end the day. Come on. Well, it's a good thing you got your profit because, well, it's getting back to square one here real quick. I put in $20 for every 15 minutes and make 12. If I put in more money, I earn more, but I always keep the target low. Okay. Put in 20 every 15 minutes. Okay. Well, this is not shaping up very well for my last one of the night. I think we might be getting quiet enough that like 2 cents might be a lot. Who's doing Bitcoin? And that's what I do every day. I work 7 hours a day and earn quite a bit. I make the most of it. Bitcoin is tripping. Bitcoin is tripping, bro. Yeah, I switched over to Solana because chat recommended it. And honestly, since I switched over to Solana, I went from like breaking even, losing a little bit of money on Bitcoin. I made, well, it's up $28 over here on Sol so far. So I don't know. Bitcoin was just a little bit too chaotic today for me. Now 6 cents with 7 minutes to go. Let's try this. Let's try this. Come on now. Whoa, hold on. Is 7 cents enough? Yeah, I think so. All right, we're in. 75 cents, 30 contracts. My stop loss will be if the price gets to minus 0.2. I'll try and hold on this one as long as I can. So we got a 6 minute wait here. See what happens. Moving in the wrong direction currently. But how Solana is better. Yeah, it's better for my strategy. But how do you know? We know because, well, Bitcoin fluctuates so rapidly in both directions that you can lose your butt. That being said, it can happen on Solana too, but it's a little bit more stable right now. The price changes are pretty small. And even though right now it's moved against me for a minute and the price has gone down, the value's gone down, I'm still in good shape. I'm 4 cents away. That's a lot. I feel like a down is, oh, well, we'll see. I think there's a lot more value in the Solana 15-minute markets than Bitcoin. The Bitcoin market is so efficient that it's hard to get good deals. Well, I'm going to have to take a loss here. Terrible. Just terrible. But now the price is so bad that I'm just going to hold. Man, isn't that awful? Shoot. Well, I'm just going to hold to the end. One thing I remind myself is when it makes a long run like this in one direction, it tends to reverse here. We've given about 5 minutes of straight up. Yeah, 4 minutes of straight up. So it could reverse. It's not looking great though, but I'm going to hold. Give the universe some time to send some joy my way today. Oh, there we go. There's the reverse. Oh, a big one. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Ugh. That's some crazy price. The price differences toward the end of the market on Solana are crazy. Like It'll go from like 10 to 60 in a millisecond. Well, this is not good. Not good. Come on now. Oh, it's a nail biter. After all that, it's a nail biter. One minute to go. Looking real good now. Oh, shucky ducky. Yeah, we'll take that 99.9. Woo! Well, that was a nail biter. I broke my strategy. I messed all up, and well, sometimes stupidity still pays off. So I finished off with a little bit of a risk, and yeah, it's some good entertainment to end the day. So we'll call it a win. Up about, what are we at here? 88, 2, up 36 on the day. Finish it off with a nice 750 win. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me today. Really appreciate all the support I got on my first day of streaming. And I hope you have a wonderful night. I'm off to eat dinner and watch some World Cup highlights. Have a great one.